Morning, everyone, and welcome to part 4 of this mostly fresh start Occulant Dervish. Let's see, level 68. Are we going to Ultimate? I think we are. Let's remember exactly where we were. It's been a few days since I've streamed. Okay. Aetherez is a tiny bit questionable, but we're honored with Devil's Crossing. And we also don't have weapon augments on, so I think I'm just waiting to equip the level 70 weapons. Maybe is the deal there. All right, that's reasonable enough, I guess. So we could do the Hexer's Delight on 2 and do Aetherez on a 3rd. That might be the play here. And let's drink the XP pot.
You're not looking too bad for the bodies of the... You will need to...
Good day, Violet. Welcome in. Meteormeister, welcome in. It's our Slith Necklace situation. Can't even tell where they are. I just have one, okay. So we actually do need to kill some Slith if we want an upgraded ring. Alright, but we can worry about that in a little bit. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to not go through the flooded passage. I'll use the, I should have enough scrap and iron to repair, but yeah, that is always an option. The Foggy Bank area is usually pretty good for it, too. May do the combat shrine down here because there's a bunch of Slith on the way. We don't need a devotion point, but I feel like combat shrines are usually worth doing anyway. So, okay, second Slith necklace. Probably get a third here. And just like that, we get our third Slith necklace. And fourth and fifth. Alright. Let's go back and hand in this quest. $33, $28, $26. Yeah, that's an upgrade for sure. Requires level 70, but that's not going to be an issue. Hey, welcome in, Kibitz. Oh. Hey, Susie, welcome in. Blighted of Prowess. So let's see. Lower percent acid, less flat acid, cunning, which means OA, poison vit, aether. Tiny bit, yeah. This is not actually better. Mr. Check, welcome in. Oh my gosh, yeah, Xantai does not watch my stream. Because that very clearly does not happen. Oh, oh, this is patch notes. I saw patch notes, and then I was, yeah. So that's actually been fixed. That is amazing. That is wow. Could have patched that in, a week ago, but I'll take it. It's still an improvement. Absolutely, it's great quality of life because if you're a level 94 character, you do not want a level 84 MI ever. Well, okay. There is one exception to that rule, and it's if you have say an offhand or like if you're not doing weapon damage and you want a slightly lower level weapon so you don't have to put points in cunning, like there are some tiny little niche exceptions where maybe the lower level one is better, but that's not even really worth going into. Okay, I'm sitting around with an XP pot. Let's go back to Devil's Crossing.
Well,
I get the Fabric Quest, kill Dureni.
Greetings, child.
what do you want? What's with all the Good, you're back. One of my... That's good work. There have been... Warden...
Bloody Tear, thanks for the raid. Welcome in. And welcome in Morndale. Alright, let's get to the next Rift Gate and then we can equip our level 70 weapons. Get a bit of a DPS boost. About a week away from the gameplay trailer. Yeah, that's the key thing, and I think for anyone who hasn't been paying attention to the whole Grim Dawn getting an expansion, the trailer might be cool for them. It might drum up a bit of interest in the game, but which is always good for the community and getting people involved. But yeah, I think for anyone who's been following the Grim Misadventures and other things like that, there's probably not a lot of news.
Is it finished? The warden's defeat is so you must die before. Ah, I can. Ah, I can.
Farming Sharzul kibitz, that is it's a slightly tiresome one.
So, you the freak go to.
But I also personally don't like Bastion of Chaos. So there's always that.
The emissary warned me.
I could hear the. You show promise. Perhaps.
Oh, that's fair.
Valued
If it's part of your grind.
the forgotten. So, you're the servants of. Serve the. Well, look what.
Savagery, yeah, that makes sense. You have some nice, you get nice buffs to it too, which is and storm spread. Seal at 19's nice. Hardcapped Aura of Center feels very good. This Word of Pain is just a Devotion procer. Yeah, it's a good item to the weapon. I've struggled to use it, but it has its merits. The storm spread thing a recent the pass through a recent buff? Yeah, the upheaval weapon pool skill is very nice. But once you get that, that's a pretty easy thing to switch around. It'll free up a couple of like you said, the equipment slot for the component. With Aura of Center, the weapon, you don't really need the reduced target's damage weapon pool skill. We're going to skip the shrine in Spine Cove because it's just out of our way. Alright, so find Isaiah. We do not kill him or extort him because we are not doing an evil playthrough. So let's not misclick. To the amount of pass-through, okay. You got a Nightbringer, so that's good. And yeah, Magi rings are very useful to have a stash of those lying around.
Well, you work areas. We have to hit them hard and fast. Keep your weapons.
Being willing to sacrifice items for XP. Yeah, I mean the best way to relevel devotions is probably SR, but if you don't like SR, then you're kind of out of luck. And like you say, Kib, it's a limited use case. I was also sick of SR. Completely understandable, but yeah, it's a good It's a good approach. Thunderstruck of Thunder is not bad. It's a random level 70, though. Are we actually going to use it? No. Even gonna leave the Overseers on the ground. We get a nice shoulder upgrade, that'd be good, but our armor value is not bad. 1371 for being in leveling gear.
Superb. Isn't it obvious?
Shields up. Liches of Corrosion. Interesting, interesting. Pierce, Poison, Vit. So we'd lose the Elemental Res, which is not ideal, but that probably opens up... we lose some Vit Res. So our Elemental Overcap, 3%. Yeah, we would... definitely not be... We're definitely not able to equip this yet, but it's interesting. Points in Circle of Slaughter are always nice.
Well, damnation. Now that we're... Come, friend, right to business.
Vigorous of Thorns. What do we have now? Aggressive of Protection. Let's see. It's 5% health. Way more, obviously, twice the armor pretty much, which is good. Less Chaos Res. I don't even know if that's really worth it. bit more damage from Path of the Three. Don't really have the points in Nightblade to make Lethal Assault that worth it. Maybe throw a little more in Phantasmal Armor. Good day, welcome in, Viley. Sorry, welcome in, Farnsworth. What's up? Viley's text right below yours. Viley's been here for a while. Alright, we have blade spirits, which we can actually be using. Put this on Guardians. And what did I have? And this can go on blade spirits. Rumor can stay on Shadow Strike for now, and Last Prayer and Righteous Fervor is fine, except for fighting Voldrak, basically. Might actually take advantage of the fact that pet attack is a thing. For purposes of this fight. Bait that. I don't care if this takes a minute. We also do have some poison damage as well, which helps. You're going to die, right? Alright, so he had like 2,000 HP left on him when he started regenning again. Hey Prickly, welcome in.
I haven't been entirely. I came.
Chilled of Scorching. One cannot deny that the RNG gods have a sense of humor. I do not happen to share their sense of humor most of the time, but they have one nonetheless. I mean, the Abomination wouldn't be bad if you're not playing Fizz Force Wave. XP pot is close to running out, so I want to keep an eye on that. Alright, we got the Poison Gland. Now I just have to find Megara. Make sure there's no healers. Wait, Prickly, is this the same author you were talking about, I think last week, whose writing noticeably improved in one book? That, or I mean, the other explanation, Farnsworth, is that if it was very, very early writing, then it's possible for the if you're writing, say, 100,000 words, it's possible for the second 50,000 to feel a lot smoother than the first 50,000, and then you go back and are doing revisions and everything, right? But if you're spending an equal amount of time revising the first and the second half, which in that case you probably shouldn't do, but if you're doing something like that, then the first half is going to basically be patched up, and the second half is where it's going to really start to get good. It really is McDonald's for writing. I mean, good for him for writing something that people enjoy reading. Like, you can't discount that. Not every book is going to be a masterpiece or raise deep questions about meaning. But yeah, and frankly, the number of people who are so brilliant that they're worth reading if their writing isn't enjoyable, not that great. I mean, sometimes I wonder how much of postmodern philosophy people assume is brilliant because it's impossible to read, and think that there must be incredible depth rather than confusion or trying to create something that's not there and awkwardly struggling along. Whoa. Ouch. Religion is tough to write well about, I think, because it's very difficult to avoid your own biases on the subject creeping into how you describe it in your world. Ugh. Oh well. We turned in quest without the XP pod on. Life goes on. Shakespeare being superior to much modern stuff, I don't think is that controversial of a take, unless you're some of those weird activists at Yale who protested having to read Shakespeare as English majors. Oh yeah, I mean, I
So how good was
I don't have a polite way of saying what I want to say yet, so I'm going to hold off.
these are wasn't sure you'd make. I wish I'm going to.
I'll skip the plus. The Legion is split on two.
But I think my view on things like on various classics, whether it's in philosophy or literature, is you don't necessarily have to read everything. Nobody has time for all of that, but you have to recognize the weaknesses in your knowledge. And like reading some modern authors without having any clue about the classics, it's kind of like you have two people who've been having a conversation for 3 hours, and you walk in on the last 5 minutes of the conversation and you have opinions about what it's all about. Like, yeah, something happened in those 5 minutes, but those 5 minutes occurred in the context of the prior 2 hours and 55 minutes. And if you don't understand that, then the meaning of that 5 minutes of conversation is going to be at least somewhat lost on you. Plus, the number of references to you can make accidental references to Shakespeare at this point. Just you're writing and you say something, just it comes naturally to you, and then you remember, oh yes, Shakespeare said this. I have not read it, so I don't have a strong opinion on that, Farnsworth. I've read it was the Once and Future King. I haven't really read too much other King Arthur stuff. It's one of the things that for whatever reason just never struck my fancy as much. Because of the book you're reading now, Prickly, you need to rework your top 10. All right. I guess we can start putting points in righteous fervor. Blade Runner-esque before Blade Runner. Okay, level 82. Moving right along.
Promotion. My scouts have reported back.
Just the person there are two other groups of... The one you...
Cyber ninjas and samurai. Yeah, that's sounds like fun. Yeah, I've got to finish book 4 today, or at I don't know if it's today or tomorrow that the digital library loan expires. It says it expires tomorrow, but that's somewhat ambiguous with respect to whether I have to finish it today or at some or tomorrow, because it could be the full day tomorrow. It could be until the exact hour that I checked it out. Don't really know. Don't really want to get 90% of the way through and find out and have to try to recheck it out. That'd be a nightmare. Yeah, that just sounds depressing, Prickly. Wait, oh, we go up here, yeah. I never read the original book. I've seen the movie, of course. not rescue the witch, or did I just forget that we did that? Let's double check. Yeah, I don't think we rescued the witch. Somehow managed to go up this way and miss. You actually read the Twilight books, Farnsworth? Fair enough. I mean, thing is, when you're reading things like Wheel of Time and Malazan, which are these massive commitments, and random stuff from authors on Kindle Unlimited, which have their own 5,000 page series. There's stuff that gets left by the wayside, and the Vampire Diaries stuff I just never got into. But I mean, I'm also someone who never got into Harry Potter, and I probably won't get into Harry Potter. I mean, Harry Potter is very clearly culturally impactful based on how it's sold and the number of people who read it. But other than having to tell people you haven't read Harry Potter, I don't know if there's any downside to not having read it. Like if I never read Wheel of Time, I mean, I may not have known I missed out, but I definitely would have missed out on some fantastic characters, story arcs, world building. Let's not put Rowling and Tolkien in the same sentence. Alright, so we lose the stun res, we get a ton of health, DA, poison, aether, chaos, and elemental res. Those just go on, right? We don't have attack speed on these gloves, so we don't even really need the Mankind's Vigil because we'll then do a Kingsguard powder for a little extra Pierce overcap. Oh wait, these had Pierce res, but the Aether and Chaos res means we can swap the augment, so it's fine. Alright, all good. Now we have more elemental overcap, so over time that's going to give us some flexibility. These might be better. We lose +2 to Merciless Repertoire. Can we afford to lose a bleed res? Basically, yes. Aether Chaos or Poison is massively overcapped. And it's way more armor as well. And it's stun res, which I think... yeah, okay, we need stun res. Let's go Mark of the Traveler. Throw these on. Now, Formidable of Readiness Dreeg Pants. Our Aether Overcap is good. Our Elemental Overcap is 21. So if we threw these on, we'd still be capped. We'd fix our stun res. Our Aether is still fine. And we're on ultimate, so maybe we'll go make a scaled hide. Start actually having some armor absorption. Zev, welcome in. It depends a little bit, because if you're playing the game with the goal of learning more about it and acquiring knowledge, it'll take fewer hours. If you're just messing around, it'll take more hours. I mean, I'm still learning things about the game in the after thousands of hours, but I would say the vast majority of what I learned came in the first... vast majority is probably the first 1,000 hours, and then it's fine tuning. But you could easily, you could easily learn faster. Like, this isn't a game you need a PhD in, but because I guess there's also a difference between figuring out a build to play, playing it well, and being able to just see an item and figure out immediately where it should go or how you'd build around it. Because those are two kind of different levels of knowledge. I think to get to, say, 80% is actually pretty fast. And if you learn a few, basically you learn a few basic principles. My grammar is not good this morning, guys. Yeah, you can absolutely have 400 hours and feel like an absolute noob. That's a thing very much. But I'd say this. It's also how many characters have you taken to sort of do endgame content, SR, low car, max level characters. Because a lot of people make a bunch of alts and get a bunch of characters to level 50 or 60, which I think teaches you less than actually going all the way through and doing as much content as possible on one character. Yeah. If you have Altaholic Syndrome, Grim Dawn is the ARPG. Because you can level characters very quickly if you want to, and try out different gear sets, different build combinations. I mean, I keep thinking I should do this. I kind of want to do like a Grim Dawn University YouTube series, especially Fangs of Astrakarn coming out. But like, I think I think a good 1 hour video could teach you a ton about the game. And obviously playing the game and experiencing it is going to teach you more in the long run, but playing the game with the core principles that you want to know in hand is going to let you focus on learning the rest faster. Alcoholics Anonymous. I mean, problem is you say that in a Grim Dawn stream, and the way we're going to intervene is by sharing Grim Tools links. And that's not going to cure anyone. But it will give us more builds to play, so there's that. Alright. Let's get a little more RR, resummon the Guardians. We haven't, so we got the Fort icon, but we hadn't turned in the quest to send Creed here.
I am told that Lasai could not. When the Legion was forced, I've already.
You're here. Good. With the
Devastation Reap Spirit. It's a Diviner set, or I imagine it has to be Diviner, right, Kibitz? Oh, you're doing this. You're doing the season mod. Okay, wait. Oh no, not the season mod. Sorry, that. Okay, yeah. Aether Devastation, low cooldown with the Outcast and Turnox, right? Now, there's no season going on now, but I think some people are still playing around with the mod. Maybe not since 1.3 playtest, but... Yeah, Barrelsmith is fun. Unless you're specifically needing the Cross Purifier off the list, I do think Elementalist or Sork is probably better for Barrelsmith, but imagine there's no reason you can't go Purifier. Do the Trozen set Warlock with cold sigils, and you can do sigils plus Trozen. Use Trozen for like a use the Frostburn part of it, and then spam the sigils. I think that's probably the best way to play Trozens, unless you have a rule where it has to be your primary skill. If Trozen is your primary skill, it's a little harder. Yeah, you're welcome to link your channel, Kibitz, if you want. Oh, yeah, you could do Algas. I don't know how good I'm sure it's fine, but... Okay. Suki, welcome in. Tonight, you're playing Nightbringer, Vitality, Wind Devils with a side of Sigil, and even smaller side of it, Primal Strike. So, cooldown Primal Strike then on that one, Kibitz? Spammable, but you only use it if you need extra leech. Okay. I think the sigils would probably be good enough for leech. Yeah, same. I'm typically using Wind Devils for the RR, and that's it. Or maybe to proc a Devotion.
And worked out, we cannot simply mark great things.
Took you long enough. The cult of it appears that the ritual is being powered by...
Yeah, Elementalist is gives you a very nice cozy regen option if you want to go that way. And Suki, my day is going well. How are you doing? All right. So we are currently level 87. Currently on a 3-stream streak. Very nice. Yeah, I think if you're not confident in your other sources of leech, then regen is a very good option. In Elementalist, it does give you the option of going for double Gallus. So I think I went Elementalist. I'm pretty sure I did a Barrelsmith Bomberman. It's possible I did Sork, or maybe I'm just thinking about doing it. But I did a Barrelsmith Druid using auto attack Savagery with the weapon pool skills. And I went to Storm Serpent set to get the cold to lightning conversion. The Barrelsmith gives fire to lightning, so you can put as many points as possible in his Candors, which pretty much all of the flat cold and flat fire from the from that will come into play. It's not super hot today here. Earlier in the week, it was high 80s, low 90s, Fahrenheit, of course. Today I had to put on a sweatshirt when I went out to get coffee before my stream.
My father and I were
Europe will be warmer for the month. Yeah, definitely get the AC repaired then.
Please, just
All right. Let's sell a couple things. Make black tallow. Get Sedina's memento. All right. I don't think we're going to use the Perdition chest guard. This is probably not getting used either. Almost all of this stuff can just be sold, I think. now get Sadine's Memento and a Black Tallow. Uh, second class for Shadow Strike. I guess what damage type do you want to do?
We were never close, but he's the only family I got.
Because I think for cold, if you're doing Spectral Longswords or Locksmere, Spellbreaker, which is Nightblade Arcanist, gives you Star Pack, which gives you cooldown reduction and damage. If you're doing Pierce, which does require legendaries that you have to get lucky with, but you can play Pierce Shadow Strike with an Infiltrator, which is a Nightblade Inquisitor, and then last but not least, if you're going to do Acid Shadow Strike, Witch Hunter, which is Nightblade Occultist, or Dervish, which is Nightblade Oathkeeper, which is what we're playing now, are probably the options. Good morning, Silver Fox, and welcome back, Morndale. Level 88 now, so we are getting to 94. We are about to run out of XP pot as well, so I'm going to drink another XP pot. I'm going to be right back, but I'm going to pause the game. Because as much fun as me dying while AFK would be content, I would prefer not to do it. So, back in just a minute or two. I mean, the streamer dying is always content, Silver Fox. So I'm sure people would enjoy it. All right. XP pot has been acquired. Oh, okay, that's funny. I don't remember getting the... Maybe I did that on lower difficulty and just happened to have it in my inventory. Not a huge deal. Probably not going to do this quest, but we'll get it just in case. Fair enough. So I guess it also depends if Shadow Strike is going to be your main skill at endgame, or if you just want to play around with it while leveling and maybe auto attack or do something else. Because if you want to, like, the easiest way to level with Shadow Strike is probably Cold, and the reason for that is that Spectral Longswords, which you'll use for leveling, there's the secret vendor in the Blood Grove who sells them, and there's also a boss you can farm, Radlith, in the kind of Spine Cove area, and he has a 1/3 chance of dropping a Spectral Longsword. So as far as farming goes, that's not too bad. The Rift Scourge Slicers are a bit more RNG dependent as to whether they drop. You'd go into the kind of hidden path first area. And Pierce Shadow Strike, really the build works based around dual wielding a legendary weapon. So you may not get that weapon. I think getting the weapons is probably easier for Cold Mr. Tech, but I could see Acid overall being easier to gear. But just the ease of farming Spectral Longswords is hard to beat. Good morning, welcome in, Ryan.
Whatever it is you think interesting, open what you I.
Rainen can't be AI. He actually gives accurate information about the game. See, vigorous readiness. If we could afford to lose the elemental res, which we can, extra 10% health, OA, DA, yeah, that's going to go right on. I refuse to use ChatGPT, but otherwise I'd be amused to do that. Morning, Johnny. Welcome in. And Marzol, thanks for the raid. Much appreciated. Hope the rest of your stream went well. I imagine you'll be getting some sleep and getting ready to rise and grind in a few more hours. So welcome everyone from Marzola's stream. We were playing the spiritual successor to the game he was playing. That's still one hell of an emote, Barzola. Thanks for that. Well, a few comedians who could break David Spade. And you guys have now made me curious. Let's take a quick look at these. I'm not gonna do it on screen so I don't dox myself, but take a quick look at the updated patch notes. Okay, so okay, May 22nd. New accessibility, keep movement. Okay, you could play some WASD. Monster frequency, yeah, always drop the highest possible level. No more Malkadar trolling me with level 92 shit. Excellent. Skill modifiers are now loaded in a fixed order rather than equip order. Particularly relevant for how skill FX and pet swap modifiers function, so visual overrides always happen in predictable order. Okay. All right. For modding, they have something so that loot can always drop to the highest valid range. Okay. Spirit now grants more health. All right. So monster armors being and armor absorptions being nerfed. That's good. Shrewd has less cunning. Blighted increased spirit at high level. Cut through it, reduced percent cunning. Dervish armor gets replaced with DA. Skill bonus +2 celestial presence and shadow dance. Plague Bearer increased all resist reduction. Renegade Seraphim reduced cunning. Venom Fang replaced poison with acid. That is an incredible change for most builds. Templar and Warlord replaced percent armor with percent health. Aether Storms away. Amarastus Flurry added DA at level 82 plus. Arcane Balance DA level 82 plus. Arcane Blaze stun resisted 82 plus. Blight acid damage and health at okay. I don't know if I want to read all these. Ooh, Spectral War Maul replace support for Siphon Souls with support for Ill Omen. Not sure how I feel about that one. That's so harsh, but it's not wrong. I have to remember I very well may have sold those items, but it's still kind of funny. Gore Drinker has bleed duration bonus. Interesting. I guess Avenger they didn't buff Zolhans because of upheaval would be my guess. Alright, Spell Scourge really did not need to be buffed. And yeah, an Oathkeeper has Eye of Reckoning got buffed. Alright. So nothing too crazy. But the no longer getting level 84 drops is huge. There is... It's in the frequently asked questions or something under the playtest patch subforum. It'll have a code to enter for the playtest branch. It's some variation of City Builder. But if you go to the... I think the a frequently asked questions has sort of a how do you opt in, and it's pretty straightforward from there. And Morndell's got you the link. Excellent. And Tech as well. Thanks, guys. Yeah, backup files 100%. They changed the format of the save file as well. So you basically can't go back once you opt into the playtest. So just know that. But I mean, you're going to be on 1.3 soon anyway, so it's not that big of a deal in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, you can still stack a heck of a lot of cunning, just it's maybe a little less abusable now. Liches of Spines, I mean... Spines is unfortunate. The Liches is kind of nice, but... You really want double useful at level 94. You can kind of deal with one good affix while leveling, but for endgame stuff. Yeah, Arcanist demo is a Sork.
You strike me as all right.
A blessed welcome.
Yeah. We'll do the first 3 quests here. Actually, once we do that, we can do Laria as well. This also gives us a chance of getting a better roll on our MI. We have Venom Gaze, Bile, and Leaf Mane Alpha Horn, so we don't have to worry about getting those again. Reducing physique requirement for SR set would be massive. But I mean, it's heavy armor. I doubt they will. Lighted, that's a crest, so it doesn't really matter. Vile Scorn Bracers do give me attack and cast speed. Thing is, these are ultimately a better glove for us. We just need to figure out their resistances. I haven't paid any attention to whether I've been killing pit creepers or not. Let's going to do a quick backtrack. They did buff SR set recently though, right? I think the proc now activates at a higher percentage of health. Yeah, maybe they add something. You know, SR set is a very good, obviously, generic defensive set. I wonder if a generic offensive set could be interesting. I mean, probably you just take one of the more specialized sets over that almost every time, but like they could do a set with lighter armor and that just had a lot more focus on damage. But then would it get used?
I am so pleased. I am that we've always had.
I don't know who you are.
Free one to go, Spirit.
Have you dealt with that past? Eve rap.
You've returned. The altar of Retos. Now that you have, ever since the yes, deep beneath good, you will find.
Galrani and
No, it'll yeah. You don't have to make a new character. It's just yeah, the save file's formatted differently, which means jumping back and forth between versions is pretty much impossible. Okay, Revered with Coven, which is actually very nice. I don't know if we're going to use the acid armor augments. They are very good because of the armor and armor absorption, which gives you more flexibility everywhere else in your gear. But I think we'll probably get closer to our end game setup before we worry about that. Bugged is in random. Yeah, I don't know if that's a bug or if that's just they decide to do it that way, but
Have you good everything? Praise the three. The ritual was a success.
yeah, I for that quest Silver Fox, I typically go. I attempt it. If he's going to turn hostile, I just leave. I just leave before he turns hostile. If he doesn't turn hostile, you get the XP and everything. Yeah. This feels a little bit like the Tempest nerf all over again. How many patches ago was that?
Yes, these should set. Leave me now. I must.
All right. Okay, I don't don't think we care about their augments. Actually, their acid weapon augment is pretty good. But we can use Dreeg. But let's go kill some Chthonians. Maybe get to Honored and do that final quest. We may have done the shrine already here. So... or not. Alright, the totem should get us to Honored. By 1 reputation point. As about as close as you can get.
Oh, it's you. I was hoping. It is Ravager. I do not know. A massive burden of Goosh is brat.
I guess we can finish up some of the Death's Vigil stuff. And we also do need to do Hidden Path. 502. All right, 12 hours 55 to 94. It's not the worst for an SSF run. But now we can equip all gear and start to change some things around. I think we still have to 1-point anatomy murder, right? Okay, we can start to push a bit into Forgotten Gods. What's our average? Eye level 64. It's not the worst. We ideally want to get a gargoyle belt. And we will be switching to Righteous Fervor as well as our main damage source. So I'm going to start looking out for MIs that boost Righteous Fervor. Move a little further forward. Let's open up more of the map. Alright, and we still have a while to go before we're Nemesis with Beasts, and we're level 94. We might at some point need Tomb of the Heretic, but we're not going to worry about getting the Morganeth stuff right now. If we do, it's an easy enough thing to take care of.
Serve the
Alright, this is 20, close to max level. Same with Rumor. And with Giant's Blood. Alright. Tainted Eruption is 13 out of 15, and Ugol is 13 out of 15. The Ugol Devotion proc doesn't even really matter. We mostly took this for the nodes, and because there didn't seem to be too much that was better. I mean, acid damage, health away, Vit res, Petrify res, Reflect res, Cold Acid Spirit, Flat Cold and Acid, Leech, and Life Leech res. I mean, I guess it still tanks their regen and slows them down and does a little bit of damage. Gee, I almost wonder if this node of A-Bomb is better. Alright, I guess let's go do Hidden Path. At least we'll do the first half of Hidden Path. Rampage of Protection. Poison, Aether, Bleed, Freeze, Res. I mean, it's not bad. I think we probably stick to the Dreeg Pants, but... Yeah, I think the new UI is very well done overall, Silver Fox. I think the globes... The one with the globes, I think they could fix the sizing a little bit to make it look better, but... Just having the option when we never did before is cool. Yeah. I'm also not sold on the mouse button stuff being in the middle, but I might be more in the minority on that one. There's a lot of exploding dogs. Yeah, I prefer having the mouse to the side and then I mean, of course, that said, if you have a gaming mouse, which I do, you theoretically, like, you can see I have mouse 4 as an option. I don't ever assign anything to it, and I probably don't even remember what button that is on my mouse. But if you wanted to assign more buttons to the mouse, then people might feel differently. All right, well, the XP pod is going to run out, so I'm going to drop down to normal, and we're going to farm some level 94 slicers to tide us over until we figure out what we're going to be when we grow up as a build. I feel like an old man. You know, back in my day, we had left click and right click, and we walked up the hill 2 miles in the snow both ways to school. but yeah, give me my left and right mouse, and then I'll use the keyboard for everything else. Oh yeah, barefoot. Can't leave that detail out. Do a few more runs at this. I do want to get back to Ultimate. Tomorrow is going to be a day of rep grind. Get the Witch God cult rep where it needs to go. And that's not going to obviously take the entire stream. We'll probably get our character reasonably strong poisoned of corrosion. Guessing that's a level 94 item. Dominators of Fortitude. Remind me, does Dominators? Yeah, Dominators does have Elirez, but this is a level 92, which isn't the best. It's a ton of physique away. It does have percent health, which is nice. I mean, we lose a tiny bit of Formidable had percent DA, right? Like it's more armor, it's more health. Let's see. So DA drops about 60, health goes up a good amount, but at this point I'd kind of rather wait and get a level 94 one. Which we can sub out a Rift Scourge Slicer. Okay. Shadow Strike 92.7. That's another 9k per Shadow Strike hit. Obviously, better for Righteous Fervor as well. Our attack speed is absolutely abysmal. We'll do one more run, then I'll look at the Grim Tools. Tough fate for Barrowhome. Tough break. Alright, we've got 56 Spellbinder, Lucius Blade Arm, Warp to the Aether. Haunt, yeah, that makes sense. Assuming it looks like you're going Aether damage. Oh, are you planning long term to go Reaping Arc on this Silver Fox? Yeah, it's the relic based substitute for Blade Arc. Urborg's Reaping is the relic. So I see the Lucius weapon on a Spellbinder, and I just think Reaping Arc, but You do have a couple of weapon pool skills, but you won't have 100% weapon pool skills. Ah, okay, we're going Theo weapon spellbinder. Okay. Also I mean, how does it feel to play is the question, because I think like the MIs make sense. Like Lucius's blade arm is pretty reasonable. It gives you full lightning to Aether on reckless power, a bunch of attack speed. That will let you convert the lightning part of his Candras to Aether, which is nice. It's going to presumably be something different when you're at 94, right? So yeah, you can probably level with this, and you'd probably want more points in both of the weapon pool skills, including Necrotic Edge, over the next few levels. And if you dare go into Port Valbury, the +1 Arcanist Watcher belt also gives Vit to Aether conversion, which is kind of nice if you're playing a Necro. Mortality. Mammoth resistance. What did you get from SR Kibitz? But yeah, I think if I was leveling an Aether Spellbinder, I'd probably just level it with Aether Ray. But going two-hand bonk stick with a couple of weapon pool skills is also a workable option. You get like a blitz skill on your metal and just blitz into enemies. Like, Drieg or Solisle pants are probably better than what you have, but the Haunted Vestment is nice for the fire to Aether and +3 Spectral Wrath. Yeah, I mean, if you start running into a difficulty, let me know. But for now, it seems like you're rolling through the game, and like you do have the option of doing Reaping Arc at 94 if you so decide. It works pretty well with the Lucius weapon. Mystic rolled around his Tome of the Flame Caller. Good lord. You want the Theo weapons. Reasonable. Very reasonable. One Theo and one, if Mythical Mind Warp is a legendary, it's a random drop, that might also be a good option. So you use the Theo one Theo weapon for the auto attack replacer, and then Mythical Mind Warp on top of that has Spectral Binding +1 to Arcanist. Gives you full Fizz and Pierce to Aether conversion and flat RR. Edge of Sanity. Well, that doesn't give. Unfortunately, that is a Fizz-based weapon, so I don't know if that would work for you. But the Mind Warp definitely works as a second weapon if you decide to go a slightly different route. Like when I play Spellbreaker, I do one Theo and one Blaze Herald, but the Blaze Herald is kind of there mostly for it's Aether RR to Veil of Shadow and Pierce to Aether, neither of which you can really use that much. Most of the other stuff is not going to be as good. Let's see if we get another Rift Scourge Slicer. They're fine for stats, absolutely, but you only need one for the auto attack replacer. And you're Spellbinder, so you'll need a relic or metal to let you dual wield, of course. Don't talk to me about Theoden Scepters. Welcome, Entuma. I mean, I have several builds that use them, which is how I know the pain of farming, which apparently was partly due to a bug that supposedly has been fixed, although I can tell you I have seen plenty of non-Aether rolls on my Theoscepters as I've just been going through the game with new characters. Aether Fire of Decay. Speaking of rolls, this is a thing. Enchanters of Thunder. Thunderstruck has, what, OA and extra stun res and elemental res. It's still a bad roll, but that was quite the Rift Scourge Slicer roll. Enchanters of Thunder. I think I have the streamer client that trolls me instead of giving me good drops. Aggressive of Alacrity. And the thing is, as long as we're Shadow Striking, that's not even good. It's not really even a good roll. period, but yeah, that's a great thing to do though, Silver Fox, just trying to figure stuff out on your own. This is provided you know some basic principles about the game, things like focus on one damage type, get resist reduction, have some sort of defensive layers. As long as you know that stuff and you have access to Grim tools, you can kind of look there and see what MIs might make sense. You can cobble something together reasonably well, and then it's basically your build that maybe someone else is helping you fine-tune down the road. Not needing a build guide at some point in Grim Dawn is definitely one of the advantages that has over, say, Path of Exile. Or even the people who like Path of Exile talk about needing build guides. Yeah, it's a good way to do it. Void touched of corrosion. I mean, no, it's not good, but it's a massive damage upgrade over aggressive of corrosion. I mean, it's more flat. It's more percent. I don't think we have any chaos to acid, so that's a little unfortunate. I'm gonna keep farming. If we don't get anything in a couple more runs, I'm gonna use the Void Touch of Corrosion for now. Rune Carved of Thorns. '17th Century C, welcome in. Fun Arcanist class. So you're looking to be a caster, I guess, and want to play something with Arcanist, or are you looking for Arcanist to be a support class for like a melee or other build? Because you can go either way with it. You guess both. Then there's a lot of options. I think, and the thing is, a lot of builds will require having a legendary set of some sort. You can theoretically farm the blueprint, craft 4 of the helm, and transmute them either at the Crucible Smith or once you've done a quest in the Forgotten Gods expansion. But it's hard to think of too much, at least from a caster perspective, that doesn't Spider Silk Halberg. Ooh. Alright, we lose health, but I think that's definitely an upgrade. Let me Let me pull up a couple of things that I've done and had fun with. You obviously don't have to play these by any means, but just to give you a couple of examples of what you might do. You don't have Crucible. Well, Crucible is completely unnecessary outside of making speed leveling a little bit easier. But so I would not worry about that. Let's see. This requires a very, very annoying farm. So unless you want to do that farm or you got lucky getting the Outcast helm, I don't recommend it, but it is fun to play. This one requires getting the Northern Worm random legendary and the Hera set. That's probably less of a pain in the butt over time. You still need to get lucky, of course, but let's link a few kind of different ideas. Lightning Aether Ray is a channeling skill. They did buff channeling skills to make you a little bit more survivable when you're doing them. Where's... So this Cold Warlock requires a set and one legendary amulet. It's built around spamming cold sigils of consumption on the ground and hitting enemies with Frostburn meteors. So probably the best examples that I've done that involve Arcanist as more of a caster archetype off the top of my head. I'm sure if anyone else has some stuff they've enjoyed playing, feel free to link them. But just give some ideas about what's possible to do. I think the of those, the warlock with cold sigils and the spellbinder with the Aether Devastation are probably my two favorites. The cold sigil warlock is easier to build though. Probably gonna wrap up fairly soon, so if anyone isn't streaming Grim Dawn and wants a raid, get online in the next 5 minutes or so. And let me know, but otherwise I'll see who's on after a couple more runs. Hopefully we'll get a decent Rift Scourge Slicer. Probably not using these in endgame, but just, I think for farming, just to have a bit more damage would be nice. Mighty of Vitality. I mean, we lose the Elirez, which we can afford. And we get a big upgrade on armor and a ton of health. I think we kind of have to... It's not the perfect roll, but I think we have to take it. I think I used the Aether Ravenous Earth Conduit on the Spellbinder, if I remember correctly. The thing is, it's alright as a one skill in a rotation. It's not particularly fun to build around, though. Okay, Pierce, Poison, Poison, Chaos, Trap. 3, oh. Oh, wait. We may have a problem. May actually have a rather large problem. Alright, one more run here, and I may have nuked my elemental res pants too soon. Rampage of the Eagle. Interesting. Level 92 though, so I think we just pass on that. All right, one more run, and then I think we're going to take the Void Touch of Corrosion. Okay, alright, Silver Fox, if you're on, we can raid you. That works. I may, I'll have to raid and run. I need to take care of a bunch of stuff, but Poison to corrosion. Perfect. That's what we need. Let's grab this. And I'm going to go up to Covenant and buy their some of their augments while we're here because we're revered. All right. This is the big one, I think. That's potentially very good. We may need some elemental res as well. All right, let's go to ultimate. And yeah, let's pierce poison, poison chaos. We just Dominators does give some Res of Fortitude. It's level 92 though. So we can't be running around with 40% elemental res, that much I know. Alright, so Poisoned of Corrosion. Slide this off. We, for now, we'll keep the imbued silver. And we will be swapping to a different augment, but this is damage and health. It'll do for now. We need to fix elemental res. I think I should do the Dominators of Fortitude. And throw on some warding powder. Alright, and Scaled Hide. I'll just make another one. It's easy enough. Here's a level 94 Grim Tools. We'll leave those for Mr. Warborn. Fair point, Gibbets. Didn't realize that the airstrike was you doing that to enemies. That's pretty funny. Okay. Let's get this raid going. All right. Figure out exactly how to type this name. XX Silver Fox. All right. I'll send you guys over to Silver Fox. I appreciate everyone hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be doing a bunch of farming, rep farming to get Occulant and other gear to make the character. Probably finish the build on Tuesday, so that part of the schedule should work. And then, sorry, last week I was end up being very busy and having a ton to do and didn't get to do my variety streaming days. But this coming week we should be able to do those, so that'll be fun as well. Anyway, have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you guys next time.